Hello everyone, welcome back to Rob's Gaming Table. I'm Mel, and today on the table I'm going to be continuing to paint the minis from Massive Darkness 2. However, this time I'm going to paint the roaming monsters, and we're going to try to paint the one of each of the, what do you call them? I guess the mobs. So one leader and one of the mobs from that expansion. So super excited for this one. These minis are really cool, very similar colors in these, so I think I can do them all in the same stream. We're hoping, fingers crossed, I guess. But these are needed for us to start our campaign, which we will be starting on Monday. You can set a reminder for that if you're interested in watching that campaign playthrough. Rob and I are also going to be playing through on Sunday, just a random mission from the base box, just to kind of get our feet wet, make sure we understand all the rules and everything. So right now we only need the minions or the enemies and the roaming monsters. We don't need any bosses. So I'm focusing on just getting all of those kind of painted up first. And then I'm going to do streams painting through the bosses as well. One stream, or I guess the next stream, is going to be on Thursday. And that's where we're going to start working on some of those bosses. So super excited for that. So yes, welcome everybody that is hanging out live today. Dragon, hello. Ninja Art, hello, hello. Good evening. I think we can just kind of get to it. I can show you what we're going to be painting. We can look at some of the colors that we're going to be using. I think we're going to be doing some fire in this one, which is going to be fun. So yeah, let's get down to the table. We'll see what we're painting. Actually, we'll go to some of the images first. We'll look at some of the colors and show you some of the minis that we're being painting, and we'll kind of just get started. Okay, so let's go here. So this is one of the enemies and then a leader. So I'm going to paint like one of each, very similar colors. So they're very simple. There's a lot of white going on. The wings, the what's draping around the waist. I'm going to use again the kind of off-white colors because I find if I just make them white, it almost looks like unfinished. So I'm going to use some of the speed paints. I think we did some wings in one of the first videos where we used the color that was kind of like maybe a little bit grayish. So I'm not going to follow these colors exactly because I don't want them to just be white blobs walking around the map. So we'll do a little bit, maybe a little off white, and we'll see what happens. So these are the two that we're going to be working on. And then, let's see here. We have, I guess these are different versions of how you can paint these are images from the Illustrator. The links for these are in the description below if you want to look at them. They have a little bit of a better pictures, right? So they're not cut off. There's no weird lighting or anything like that. So you can get a better version. So this is another version. Oh, on the wrong screen. But then let's go to the other ones that we're painting. So this is one of the minions that we're or the roaming monsters that we're going to be painting today. So lots of fire happening behind. We have the red. We have again, we're going to do the off-white, and then kind of like a hide leather around with the shoulders with some gold. And then we have one more. These are other images of that guy. Where is, did I pass already? Sorry if I passed. Oh yeah, sorry. This is the other roaming monster, and you can do kind of, I guess, like a light or a dark version. So these are the two. And again, this mini is very similar to the first two, to the main enemies, the leader and the 6 minions. They kind of all look the same, with the fire guy kind of being kind of unique. So lots of whites in this, but we're going to use the off-white colors so that there's some color to them, because I don't like painting just white. Not for on stream anyways. But so that's what we're kind of working on today. But we'll go down to the table and I'll show you what the minis actually look like. Okay, so we have our minion and our leader. And then this one was the fire mini. So all of this will be fire coming out behind him, which is going to be really awesome. Hopefully I can make that look as good as the mini does. And then this is the other one, the other roaming monster. Looks very similar to a sculpt of these guys. So a lot of similar colors will be happening here. So that's what we're going to be working on today. Let me see if these can even fit on these smaller bases. Yep. All right. I'm just going to, for now, we're going to move these kind of back here. Greg, hello, how you doing? Stay Kerr, thank you, welcome. Welcome, thank you for subscribing. So let's start with the flesh. And again, I'm going to use kind of a little bit off-white colors. And for this one, I think I'm just going to use the pallid bone. I'm going to lighten it a little bit. I'm going to add a little bit of the medium, so it's not as not that this one is brown at all, but like see how there's the different shades. It will be light, but I want to lighten it a little bit more so we can have a couple different shades of off-white. Yes, look, sorry, these big minis look fun. Yeah, they're intimidating, but they're fun. I think the colors are not too bad. A lot of solid colored areas. So hopefully that'll be like, all of this is just kind of like an off-white. The wings are kind of like an off-white. So those kind of areas are quicker. And then we can focus on some of the littler details. And then we're going to focus on trying to make this fire kind of really stand out and pop. Or not even fire necessarily, kind of just like glowing aura around the mini. So, Bob, hi. You could use your speed paint on the wings, etc., to get the same shading going on. Yes. And then hot, heavy dry brush of white to get the highlights. Yes, we could do that for sure, Bob. I like to use for the wings, and just getting ahead, I do like to use the holy white for the wings because it does kind of fill in the shadows. It kind of gives a little bit of a depth to the wings. And then, yeah, we could do a little bit of white as a dry brush on it. We'll see how dark that looks. But yeah, that's for sure. Yes, Dragon, I agree. Bigger minis are definitely easier to paint than some of these smaller ones with a lot more detail, for sure. Yeah, I agree with you. But sometimes I find that maybe, and hopefully this is not the case, that they could be boring because you're kind of just doing like a whole big slab area and it might take a little bit. Whereas at least with the smaller minis, like more is happening. You're constantly like moving it around, doing different areas. Right. So we're using the pallid bone. I don't know where to put anything right now. And I'm just going to use a 00 brush. And I'm just going to do all of the exposed skin. It doesn't even look like a lot, actually, looking at the mini, because it looks like it's just the head, the neck. All of this is gold. All of this under here is gold. Yeah, so it's just pretty much the head and neck. So that's not too bad. But I'm going to use the same color. I'm going to use a little bit of the speed paint medium in that. I'm going to use this color for the other two as well. So I'm shedding 2 drops just to lighten it just a little bit so we can have different shades going on. Okay. Yeah, I do agree though. I do like painting the bigger minis. The details are bigger. It's easier. Am I using Army Painter Speedpaints exclusively? No. I have the speed paints and then I have a set of Army Painter paints as well. And I will show all the paints that I use so that you can see. I'm trying to use almost all speed paints. I think when we get to the glowing aura effect, we will use regular paints. Any metallics, any golds or silvers, anything like that, I will definitely use regular paints, but I am trying to use almost exclusively the speed paints so that I can just be faster. Like less washing I have to do, less highlighting I have to do, and we can just get to playing. And since we now have playthroughs actually scheduled on the channel, I have to make sure these are ready in time. And then I like to just grab any of the pooling that looks weird. I need to leave a little bit, but just not where it's like a big puddle. Yeah, and you don't need to use the speed paints. You can use regular paints, but for me, I'm just using the speed paints to try to be quicker. I don't have to do washes. Okay, so then on this guy, we have a lot more exposed skin, so we will do all of the body, the legs, the arms, everything that's not in the wrap. And I'm just kind of focusing on the colors that kind of go between all of them first, and then we'll be able to kind of focus on each individual mini for details and that in a bit. So we can kind of get them all going. It just occurred to me, are there even such a thing as metallic speed paints? I don't ever think I've seen them. I don't think so. I don't think so. Not that I've seen. They're not in the Army Painter line, that's for sure. I know Citadel makes speed paints as well, and they're coming out with another 2.0, but I don't know what colors they have in there. But I don't think they have any kind of metallics. Thanks. Rob put a link to the mega set for the war paints that I have, and he put the link in the chat there. So if anybody is curious. Dragon, I do not control who jumps into the chat. All right. I wonder if they could even make a speed paint, the metallics into speed paints because of the makeup of them. I don't know. It's interesting. Okay, and then shouldn't be the name on his legs. Okay, I'm just gonna do a little bit. Our group played the first 2 missions of the Heavenfall campaign this weekend. I'm surprised by how much our group has enjoyed it. Oh, that makes me excited. That makes me excited for when we start. That is true. I do have mod powers. I can boot anyone except for Rob. I think he has ultimate mod powers. Okay, so we've done all of the exposed skin. I'm just going to grab a little bit of the excess that's around the collarbone because I think it looks a little strange when I held it up there. Okay. Not him, we'll do this one. All of them are the same flesh tone, so just kind of, yeah, they're all the same. And then for this one, he has his face, neck, and just his arms and one leg. Okay, make sure that I get everything. Kind of looks a little bit like Hercules. Yeah, this Minnie's ready for a toga party. Yeah, he looks kind of like Hercules, this one in my hand. The one that I just did kind of looks like he's ready. He's ready for like a frat party. Looks like he has a bracelet, which I have just gone over with the speed paints, but that's fine because we'll go over that with gold. I didn't even notice it until after I did it. Okay, and then he has one leg exposed. Okay, and then again, just grab some of this excess that's looks a little strange. Okay. We'll add him over here. This guy doesn't have much skin exposed, looks like just face and hands. This one may have a beard. Just trying to find my photo. Almost looks like he has, in the photo, I'm just going to bring this up actually. He actually has a gold plate over his face. So, okay, so we're just going to do the neck and the hands now that looking at that again. When I look at the mini itself, it doesn't look like that, but it does look like there's something around the chin, so I think we'll just go with that. So we'll just use this color on the neck and the hands. Now, this is a mini I wish we could take this whole back piece off, paint the mini, and then reattach it, because it's going to be a pain. Okay, and then just around the neck. Okay. All right. That one was easy. Okay. I'm going to put him actually back here. I'm going to do the wings now for all three of these guys. And again, I'm going to use the sorry, why is that not? Holy white. And I'm going to use that same holy white as well for the, oh, I just need a little bit of matte white, sorry, for around like all of the draping fabric. And I'm just going to use a little bit of matte white for where I touched on this one, just to go over this little spot here so that we don't see that through when I use that white speed paint. I don't want to be able to see that. Okay. That's very true. Hornsman does say, at least the harder it is to reach, the less people will ever see it. Yeah, not much solace, but that's what I tell myself when I'm in that situation. I know I'm going to do my best, and then I'm just not going to worry about it too much, I guess. No one's going to, like, you're right, no one's inspecting it like, you didn't get back there very well. So, okay, we're going to use a lot of this, so I put a whole bunch. All right, let's start with the wings on this one. And I'm gonna get a bigger brush for this. What do we got here? I'm gonna use a size 3 for this. So again, this will look kind of gray, which is okay. It does dry lighter, and it just fills in the recesses. And again, we can dry brush some white over top if we want, but I just don't want it to be solid white. But it does dry lighter. Okay, so that's the back. We'll do the same thing for the front. Okay, and then we gotta do this side. Then I just check the tips of them because sometimes I miss spots on the tips. Not that it's a huge deal because again, we're going to dry brush some white on it. So if we miss a tiny spot, it won't be as noticeable. So that's kind of what it looks like right now. Again, it will dry lighter than this, but I just feel like it looks a little bit, I like the look of it. That's what I'm thinking. So we'll do the same thing for our, oh, actually, I might as well do his, oh, is this guy's fabric red or, sorry. Oh, this is white as well, except for there is, that's not the right picture. This one, oh yeah, it's white. And then he has, again, he has the gold happening here. So, Jonathan, hello, hello. Just dropping in for 10 while I do the barbecue, then got to get back to hosting. Oh, no problem, no problem. Enjoy. Thank you for stopping in and saying hello. So he does have a belt that has some color on it. So we'll leave all of that and we'll just do just the fabric that's around the body. The color scheme of these minis is very basic, but the models really look nice. So I'm hoping that even with the basic colors, there are just a few colors, I'm hoping that the golds that we add and the silvers that we add really make them pop. We'll see. Beatles, hi, how are you doing? I'm also just noticing as I do this here that it looks like he has like gladiator sandals on, so the toes are exposed. So I will fix that in a minute. And it's not a solid shoe. And again, we can dry brush this as well to make this lighter. And then we'll have some different shades going on once it's all dry. You're doing well. That's awesome. That's awesome. I'm just trying to make sure that I get into all these little cracks and crevices. Okay. And then this around the neck, the draping around the neck is also white. So we'll do the same. Okay. Just taking a quick peek if I missed anywhere. This is what he's looking like so far. And you can already see kind of in the center of the wings here, it's starting to dry. It dries a lot lighter. Then you can see down here is a lot darker as it dries. So, okay, so far I'm liking that. These guys are, I feel like, are really simple to paint. Again, not too many colors. So let's do this one. That's why I thought I would add them in to tonight's stream with the roaming monsters. So they're not too bad. So again, we're using that same color on this miniature's wings. Okay. Okay, that is the wings. And we're going to do again the same thing with all of the draping fabric. Oh, he has exposed toes as well. I have to fix. I'll do that in a minute. Okay, and then we'll do all the same on the back. And then once this part's all done, like this one's almost done. Other than like some detail. Matthew, hi. Matthew says, hey Mel, this may be a really stupid idea, but what do you think about putting glitter in the speed paints? Because some of the goddess miniatures look like it would work and be cool. Just a thought. I'd never thought of that. And do you mean, do you mean actual like flakes of glitter by hand, or do you mean like adding in like a tiny drop of some sort of metallic? Jonathan, thank you so much for stopping in. Have fun with your friends. I don't know, Matthew. I don't know. But yeah, I don't know. Like, I wonder if you'd still be able to see it through the speed paints. I don't know. We'll have to test it one time. I don't have any glitter per se, but I mean, I could try one time with like the tiniest little bit of some sort of metallic paint and mix it in and see what happens. I never thought of that. Okay, well, I have him on here. I'm just going to do the toes that are exposed that I forgot. Yeah, I guess either one. I don't have little glitter flakes that I can think of, like any kind of arts and crafts glitter to try, but I could try one time with the metallic on something that maybe we don't really care about, or we're going to potentially paint over with black or something, you know, like try it on a base and just see what it looks like. I don't know. Yeah. Jot, hello, how you doing? This paintbrush is way too big for the tiny job I'm trying to do here with these toes. So I have just a super detail brush, and I'll just brush this. Just brush that over the toes. Oops. Okay, let that one. Let's go back to this one and just do those toes I missed on that one. I'm not going to put on a stand because it's only 1 foot. Okay. Just take a peek and see if I missed, and I did miss a little bit of shoulder underneath. Okay, so this is kind of what he's looking like right now. Again, we'll dry brush some white on it once all of this is dried. And just got to do underneath there where I missed. When I hold it up, I can sometimes see things I don't see with my eyes once I magnify it. Okay. So those two guys are like almost done. Obviously we need some detail and a few things like swords and hair and all that stuff, but like basically their whole base is done. Oh, still haven't finished the Imperial Assault stream from yesterday. It needs some quality reviews and opinions. Well, you have to stay tuned to the end of that stream because we definitely went through our thoughts and opinions at the end. And it says, I was originally thinking of flakes of glitter, but I guess you would have to varnish over it. Not necessarily. Maybe I'm thinking that if you mixed it with a speed paint, it would just dry into the speed paint. And then, I mean, we do varnish all of our minis anyways because we handle them to actually play with them on the table. Yeah, the speed paint would be thin enough to show through. Yeah, I'm gonna play with that. Maybe even off stream and just like mix a gold in or a silver and just to see what happens. See if it even works. Okay, I'm just going to quickly look at my image. So I'm going to show you guys something actually for this one. So we have the two options for this one. We can do the sun kind of look, or we can do the red look on this one. And whichever look we go with, which if you guys have an opinion on what you like better, the more light or the dark version, we can do a dry brush on the wings. I'm going to use that same color that I've been using, but I can dry brush either more of like a yellowy orange or more of like a red on the wings, kind of where it's like emanating light. So that's kind of the style. So right now I'm going to do the wings in just the same color that we've been using, as well as the draping, which we will go over. In both cases, we're going to go over it with red where all those like ribbons are. But yeah, if there's one of these that you like better, the yellow or the red or the light or the dark, let me know because we can go with either one. But that's kind of what I'm thinking. And then we'll do some dry brush of that color to kind of show that it's like emanating light. All right, let's just put this guy up here right now so he's out of the way. All right. I really like the wings on this one. Very detailed. Very detailed. Almost like the roaming monster in the last stream that we did with the black wings. They're almost very similar, but I like them. And again, we'll dry brush white on these wings as well to lighten them. As well as do that pop of dry brush of whatever color we decide to go with. If it works, you could start a whole new painting technique and thread. Let us know what happens. I will for sure. If it works, we'll do it on stream. I think I'll just test it and see what happens off stream to then be able to bring it just so that, yeah. Maybe I can even try to test it. I'm streaming again on Thursday. So if I have time, I'll try before that and then we can talk about it. All right, just gonna add a little bit more. Yeah, I never even thought to do that, to add any kind of glitters or anything. I do like, though, using the speed paints over top of dry metallics. So interesting. Could be a one less step if it worked, that I don't have to paint with the metallic first and then dry brush over it. If I can just add a little bit of the metallic to the color, and it gives that same effect. I just don't know if the speed paints, like, I know it's like a technology that they use to make them. I don't know if you adding things will affect the way it dries and the way it shades and stuff. I don't know. But I'll try. And I'll report back. Okay, let's see if I missed anything. Okay. And then again, we're going to do all the draping, minus all these, I don't know if you can see, but there's some like almost like ribbons or pieces of the belt that are there. So we'll ignore those and go around those because those will be red. More, you can notice them more in the back here. And I'll use a regular war paint to paint those and not the speed paints, because if I make a mistake, it'll be easier to go over than trying to go over them with the speed paints. I'm thinking for this one, I'll go for the crown, or this, I'll make it like the yellow version with the sun-like. I did a lot of the other minis, and they have a lot of like reds and that in them already, so I just make it stand out. I think on stream having a big yellow like sun behind his head. Okay, now we'll do all the same thing in the front. This spear is very loose. I'm just going to move it slightly to get underneath it, very carefully. I don't want to break it. We're almost done here. Sorry, and then we can move on to something more exciting. Need a little bit more. I'm just going to make sure that I've got everywhere. Try to get into all of these little gaps as well. So when we do the ribbons, we'll be able to see the gray through. Okay. All right. I think after we do this little spot here, we're good. Okay. This is kind of what we got going on right now. We're gonna let all that dry. That looks good so far. Okay. Just need to pull up this guy's photo again here. The only white that we see is the actual feathers inside here. So I'm just going to do that. The rest of his shawl and even the, I want to say dress, like the skirt area is red. So, okay. We'll use the same white and just do these feathers. All right, and I'm going to try to do back here as well as best I can. Okay. So then it's looking like his outfit, again, let's go here. It's looking like the shawl is red, but almost a very dark red. So what I'm thinking about doing is taking a red and just slowly adding in a little bit of brown. Just a tiny bit, just to darken it just enough that it's not like bright red. So that's going to be for the whole shawl area. So I will take the blood red and I will take dark wood. But I'm not going to add the dark wood to the red. I'm going to put it to the side a little bit and I'm going to slowly add it in until I get the color I'm looking for. You can't even see my thing. I didn't realize. Sorry. Go like this. So I just have some dark brown here, and I just put on my brush, and I'm just going to mix it in to the red. And I like to kind of go up the palette a little bit so that I can see kind of what the color will look like. Not exactly, but I'm just going to add just a little bit more. And then I think we'll have there we go. Yeah, I think this is what I want. Let's do right here and we'll see if we don't like it, if it's too red. I think that's fine. I think it'll dry darker as well. I think that's fine. I just didn't want it to be like bright red, like blood red. Kind of making a mess on these weapons, but that's fine. I can clean that up after. I'm just trying to get underneath so it looks like the weapons are sitting on top. like floating. This model. All right, now the fun part of just trying to get behind everything, and I'm just going to do as much as my brush can reach in. And I'm just putting lots on there so I can just kind of push it around. And again, it might not get into every single crevice that's hidden back there, but just as best I can. I'll touch up anywhere where I'm getting it all over this aura looking thing once I finish. See if I can come from other angles. What? I'm gonna let all that dry before I try to touch up some of these mistakes here, just so that doesn't bleed with the white that I'm gonna use over top. So I'm just gonna let that dry for a minute. Okay. Let's see here. So I'm gonna do, I think, the yellow, but I'm not gonna use speed paint for this because I want it to be a nice bright yellow. So I'm gonna pull out my wet palette. And I'm going to use, this one is my brightest yellow, Moon Dust. So I'm gonna use that. Okay, and sometimes with yellows you have to go over them a couple times, so I'll do it now so that way if we need to go over it again, we can. Okay, and then the other side. Heather, hello. Oh, I tuned into silence, thought my volume was off. Dang near blew my eardrums out. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I can only talk to myself so much, you know? I'm so sorry. Heather, how are you doing? Did I make the wet palette or buy it? So I initially started by making a wet palette, just using some old Tupperware and takeout containers and things. I liked it because I had one that was really low and I just used the lid, and I used to make it myself. But then when we were in a game store, I don't remember even where I picked it up, but I remember we were in a game store and it was the last one that they had, and it was on, like, not necessarily clearance, but it was on sale. So I picked it up, and this one is the AK wet palette. That's one that I picked up just because it was on sale. It's not huge, big enough, definitely for me, big enough for sure. Yeah, I like it. But I used to make my own for a long while. And then just when I saw that one on sale, I picked it up. And then I ran out of the papers that comes with it. So I just use wax paper. So these are my own wax paper. That's why they don't fit sometimes exactly perfect, because I just cut them myself. So, or parchment paper is what I use, sorry. Oh, Heather, that's awesome. Making dividers for Marvel Champions. That'd be fun to hang out with you while you paint. Awesome. That's awesome. Thank you. Yeah, we're working hard today. I'm trying to paint up 4 minis today. But so far I feel like we're doing well on time, so I feel like we're doing well. Yeah, we'll probably need another coat of this yellow. Sometimes yellow needs a second coat, so we'll let that dry and then go over it one more time just to make sure it's super bright. And I'm not going to put any kind of wash on it. I want it to be very, very bright. I might try to highlight it a little bit, but we'll see on time how we're doing. Okay, let's bring this guy who is the same and has that same sun. Actually, I just want to make sure it's not gold for him. Oh, it's actually red. Oh, actually, is it red, or is that just... Sometimes in the art I'm looking, they have 2 options. Go back here. Oh, wrong one. Yeah, so for these two, the more minion and leader guy, it's actually red. Alrighty. Just looking at. Okay. And it looks also too like he has a shirt underneath the sash that is also kind of like a maroony purple. I think I'm just going to use the same red that I used on the other mini just for time and saving on colors. So, okay. So where did I put that? Over here. Okay. So yeah, just for time, I'm going to just use that same red that we made with the red and the brown mix on the little sleeves that are poking out. You're flying through these minis and they look great. Awesome. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, I'm definitely trying to speed up a little bit. Also, the more I stream, I feel a little bit more comfortable. So I can do it a little faster, not be as nervous, and not try to be as perfect with every detail. Okay, that's one side. Okay. Oh. Okay. Staccato, hello. Hello, how you doing? Okay, so for the, I don't want to call it a crown, for the thing behind his head, I'm going to go with a solid red. I don't want to go with the same mix because it's supposed to be brighter. So I'm going to go with, I'm just looking at the two that I have. I have blood red or slaughter red. I'm thinking I'm going to go with blood red. Blood red is a little bit of a brighter red, where this one is a little bit more of a pinky red. And it looks like for this one in the image, it's a little bit darker by the head and lighter as it goes out. So I might use a wash to try to get that look. Doing good. That's awesome. That's awesome. Okay, and then we'll do other side. Oh, it is like a crown, actually, kind of. I can see, at least for this one, he has hair back here. So it's almost like a headband. Oh, shoot. Okay. Oh, this is looking good. Okay. Oh, it actually looks like that same red that we used on the sleeves is actually around the boot as well. So might as well just do that while I have all this going. But I need a different brush that's a little bit smaller for this task. So I'm going to go down to a 2-0, which will be easier. All right. And then the belt is actually the same color with some gold little buttons. So we'll do that all the same color as well. Are those speed paints? Yes, they are. They are the Army Painter Speedpaints. So Ricardo, I saw the images that you posted in Discord yesterday, I think it was. Looking good. Looking good. Okay. So here's kind of what he is looking like right now. Again, things are still wet. Oh, look what I did there. That's awesome. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to fix that with a little bit of, do I even have matte white? No. A little bit of matte white. I'm just going to go over that, let that dry, and then I'll go over that again with the same holy white speed paint that we used. Actually, while I have this matte white out, I might as well. I think all of that red that I did on him is now dry. So I can probably fix that as well at the same time. I'm just gonna kind of like pop that on here. And we'll fix that up. Okay. So we'll do those little touches on here because now that, no, that's dry. And it doesn't have to be perfect on this because I'm going to do this in like a glowing aura. So it doesn't have to be perfect. A little bit of red or orange is fine. But I don't want to have like big blotches or weird spots. So there's one more big one. Oh, right here. Like that would probably look weird. So okay. That back on there to dry. All right, I think we'll start working on some of the, oh, you know what? No, we're not gonna do that yet. I think I'm gonna start working on some of the gold. A lot of these have some gold accents, gold armor plates, things like that. So I'll start working on that next. So for that, I will use the Greedy Gold metallic. And I think I'm going to start with just this little guy because he's almost done. So we can probably almost just finish him up and get him out of the way. Looks like the hair is almost like a very, very light, like dirty blonde. But I don't know if, I don't want to use the same speed paint that I used that Pallid Bone. And I already used the off-white, and I don't want to make it dark. So I think I'm going to go with something. Maybe I'll try this one. Like a desert yellow, which is kind of like a yellowy brown. So I'll do that for the hair as well. And then we're going to do his halo the same red that we did his friend here. So let's do the gold first. And it looks like for him, for gold, he has the handle of the sword and the gladiator wrap that's around the feet. Is there a good kit to start with and test on for beginners? Are you meaning paints or minis? Is there a good test kit or a good kit to test and start with? If you mean for paints, there are many like starter kits that have just your like basic colors, you know, some primary colors, some browns, some greens, black, yellow. So maybe they have like 10 colors in them. Those are always good in whatever brand you like or you find reasonably priced. I think it's, I do have a, oh, I do. Oh, no, I don't. I know there's a link to in the chat. Rob posted in the chat earlier. I don't have it on here. I don't see. For the starter set that I picked up, I think it had like it didn't have 100. I think it had like 50 paints in it, but you don't need to go that crazy, especially if you're going to start and see if you like it. Speed paints are great, but with the speed paints, if you're just starting and you have nothing else, you definitely need to get like a matte white. You need to get a matte black and maybe some version of a metal type color, depending on what you're painting. If you're painting all like animal type minis, you don't need anything like that. But if you're painting any characters, especially from any kind of fantasy kind of game, a lot of them have some sort of armor. So, but Army Painter has starter kits, Vallejo has starter kits, and all different, every paint company has starter kits that have maybe like 10 paints in them you can start, and then kind of build out from there. Yeah, I picked up the starter kit that I had 50, I want to say 50 paints it came with. So it came with all like your basic colors and a couple shades of colors. It came with 4 washes, came with a brush. Did it come with anything else? I don't think so. And then slowly I've been adding to it. So I've added a couple inks. I've added a couple more washes. A couple more like metal type colors I've added. And then I didn't really find that I had like a pink. I was always making a pink. So I found, just when I was at a local store, I found a pink that I liked. And I kind of just been adding to my kit as I go. But yeah, if you're going to start, The other thing too is look at the first game you're going to paint as your test game or as your test minis, and look at the colors that you might need and see if all those colors are in a basic kit. And sometimes it may be a little bit more pricey, but I know that they have like Zombicide kits, or I think there was another game that I saw that had a kit and it had like all the colors you needed to paint that game. So you might be able to find that as well. I don't know the price on those kind of things, but yeah, I started with Army Painter. Also too, because I don't even know if they have a kit for Citadel starter kit, but I don't really love the pods. I like the dropper bottles better. Personally, that's me. I do have a couple shades that I've picked up. I have 2 shades that I have, but other than that, I only use dropper bottles. I don't really love those. But that's personal preference. So that's why I went with Army Painter again for the price for what I wanted. I wanted something that had washes included. Greg, what game are you thinking of painting first? Oh, okay. Would like to try, just worried about time. Yep, it does take a while. Time then, if you're worried about time, you might be more interested in maybe like a speed paint set. Oh, Citadel does have a starter kit, but it's bad value. Okay. I think their pods are a little bit more pricey than the Army Painter ones as well. But again, I don't know how many mils are in each, so I haven't done like all the math on that. I just didn't like the pods. I like the dropper bottles better, but yeah, if it's time and you want to just paint minis fast to get them to the table, you could go with the starter set from Army Painter Speedpaints, and then just also pick up I would suggest, you don't need to, but I would pick up 3 things additionally. I'd pick up matte black, or sorry, I'm holding it upside down because it's almost empty. Matte black for bases, matte white for any kind of mistakes as I did like touch-ups there, because it can just kind of go back over. Again, that's only if you're priming in white. If you're priming, if you're using the speed paints, I like to prime them in white. And then 1 metal of any color. And that's again, only if you're painting something that's maybe more fantasy and has armor. But if you're painting something like a Zombicide, you wouldn't need that. Maybe you would for the characters. I don't know, but you could probably get away without it. And that might save you on some time. Because I think when I use these speed paints, I mainly only ever use gold, black, white, and silver that are not part of the speed paints. And then again, I can choose, like I could use the speed paint for the halo that's around this one in the yellow, but I just wanted to be something brighter and I had. But if you don't have, you just use what you have. But yeah, I definitely know that once you do start painting the minis, it definitely takes up more time for sure to get them to the table. And I'm also a slow painter. I feel like I'm getting better, but I'm still slow. Still working on it. Okay. While I have him, I'm just going to use that same red, the plain red, blood red, the blood red by itself, and we're going to do the halo on this guy as well. Not sure what you're going to paint yet. I have a used scent Legends of the Dark with some minis paint. Oh, some of the minis are painted already. Oh, that's awesome. That's awesome. Okay, if you're doing Descent, I'm trying to remember. For characters, I definitely use like metals. Can't remember for the minis. Heather, so am I. Heather says, I'm still looking for good brushes. So am I. One day, I will get a good set. I just get whatever pack is like 20-ish bucks on Amazon that comes with a variety of different sizes. I like anything from, I usually use a 4 to a 5.0. I'll use a 6 or an 8 if I'm doing something that's solid. But I usually, even at that point, I still use the 4. I like them better. I find like once you get too big, I don't even know if I have any of the other ones here. This one, like once you get to size 6, for example, right? The brush is so long, it's so flimsy. I don't really use this one very often. So I like the control I have with smaller brushes. But I just usually buy whatever pack is on Amazon. And then I usually have 1 or 2 of them that maybe a bristle is kind of like, one of them is like poking out this way. Because you know how they put these little things on them to cover? They put these little plastic things that you can cover with. But like if one of the little hairs is out or 2 of the hairs is out, it bends them weird. So yeah, I'm still looking for what is good, but oh yeah, Heather, that's a good question for Greg. Do you want to match the colors that are already kind of painted on the minis that you have for Descent, if that's where you were to start with? That's a great question. Or are you okay if like half of them were painted with speed paints and half of them are painted with whatever your previous owner of the game painted them with? That's a good game to paint because I really, really like the minis in that game. But yeah, I don't have a good recommendation for brushes yet. And then for dry brushes, I just use makeup brushes, which I guess is to each his own. Some people like that, some people don't, but I don't mind. All right. All right, so you know what I'm going to actually do here is I'm going to take out some silver now as well, so I can kind of do some silver and gold stuff at the same time. So I'm going to use shining silver for all of the weapons. Oh, you like a really big belly, so I can load them up. I prefer natural bristle brushes. Okay. Yeah, I just buy kind of whatever. A good pinstriping brush will give you a stripe from bumper to bumper with 1 stroke. Okay. Pinstriping brush. Is that what it's called? I've never heard of that term before. Oh, I didn't do that yet. Okay. So I'm just going to use this on the sword. I don't think they need to match, just looking for a place to start. Oh yeah, and your main goal would be to get them to the table, not for show, I think. And that's perfect, yeah. So in that case, you could really buy anything. And Greg, I would suggest looking into both sets. So look into the Speed Paint starter set or mega set, whatever you prefer, with just a few tiny things you need on the side. Matte black, white, and some sort of metal. Gold is optional. You don't really need. You don't need, yeah. And sorry, I said I was going to just use this desert yellow for the hair. So I might as well just do that because that's the last piece on this guy, and then he can be just sitting there drying. Or you can look at one of the starter sets from, like I said, Army Painter is what I started with. Heather says also that that's a good starting place. And and see if it has everything you're looking for. I'm just putting this on here. I'm not getting my wet palette out for that. I'm going to use the same hair color for all the minis as well. We can put a wash over this hair so it can darken into the recesses as well to give it a little bit of a textured look. Oh. That's what we use to pinstripe cards and trucks. Okay. I will check at my friendly local game store, yeah, because they do have lots of different selections of brushes, and I never know what to pick up. I just look for ones that are like super detail or detail brushes, but yeah, maybe something. Oh, I found a store that had a painting night. Oh, it's a great environment to learn. That's awesome. That's awesome. And then did they teach you, or it was just kind of everybody who came, sat down and painted, and you could kind of just ask questions as you were watching people paint? That's awesome. I don't think my friendly local game store has that. That's neat. Oh, cars, not cards. Did I read that wrong? Sorry if I did. Okay, I like this color, this hair color actually. Okay, so this guy, obviously, we're gonna put a few washes and things on him, but he is done otherwise. And looks pretty good to me. I'm happy with that. Again, we're gonna dry brush the wings, we're gonna lighten them up, and I'm going to put a wash on like the gold. I'm gonna put a wash on the hair and that. So, but base, he's done. I think we'll fix up this guy. I'm just gonna fix up, now that this is dry, I'm gonna just put that holy white over top of that little spot there. Just fix that. There we go. Just fixing a couple spots that I see are just like white spots. I am going to put a dry brush so it's not such a big deal, but okay. So we're gonna do now our gold, silvers, hair, all that. Let's actually do the hair first on him. Sorry, 1 second. I'm trying to get as close to the edge without touching. Thank you, Heather. Looking great. Heather says, I got some different paints and got some pointers from talented mini painters. Minis are not the same as what they used to be. That's awesome. You know what, Heather? I think the same thing, except I get the tips from the chat and comments afterwards, which is amazing. Amazing. People watch me do something and then they're like, you could do this or you should do this, which is super helpful. Super helpful. I do also watch a bunch of YouTube videos, more so now than I did, because I'm really trying to pick up techniques and learn things. Yeah, there's some very talented people out there that paint, and they're always willing to give tips and tricks to new people, which is an amazing, amazing thing. Okay. And then there's just around the head, I can just see that there's just a tiny spot that I missed that red. I just want to fix it because it's bugging me. Okay. So now we're going to go with gold. And again, he has gold on the shield, the bracelet, and the handle of the sword. Agree. There are some great mini painting channels. I agree 100%. Okay, and then we're going to do the shield. I'm going to do the outer part of the shield, the gold, and I'm going to do the inner part of the shield a different color. Oh, Matthew, you're so sweet, says this is one of them. Thank you so much. But this isn't a mini painting channel per se. This just has a mini painting aspect to the channel. Matthew, thank you so much. One day, if I can be half as good as some of those mini painters, I will be very, very happy. Sometimes I look at some minis. I mean, some of them are done with like airbrushes and that. Not like I'm not into that, but I look at some of these minis and they're just phenomenal, like amazing. And you think like, and I've listened to some of them talk in videos how they spend like 100 hours on one single mini, which is amazing. And it's more like the display style, but amazing. Like they're not going for like the tabletop. Oh, Heather. Yes, it is Matthew. I learned a lot from it. Oh, thank you. I really appreciate that. That's awesome. I just sometimes feel like I'm talking, and to know that it's helpful is awesome. That's awesome. I learn a lot from you guys as well, too, as you guys suggest things to me. Oh, Heather says, Mel gave me the confidence to paint Gloomhaven Jaws of the Lion. Oh, that's awesome. That's so awesome, Heather. That's so awesome. You guys come in here and you guys give me such positive feedback that Like I remember you guys kept asking like and saying that you wanted paint streams and you wanted to see like and have paint hangouts and whatever. And I was like, yeah, it seems like a good idea in theory. But I remember that first one, I was like so nervous. I'm like painting and like shaking. My hands were shaking. I was so nervous. But you guys come in here and like, it's so fun. We just chit chat, whatever. Definitely makes it something that I look forward to now instead of dread. Like the first ones, I was like, I can't do this. But now it's more exciting for sure. Okay, this gold might need one more coat because sometimes gold also is a little bit finicky. I'm going to do the shoes the same. Matthew says, I rub a brush with no paint on it over a painted standee and voila. That's good. If you have standees, you don't even have to worry about your minis being painted. You know, sometimes when they give an option of mini version and standee version, it's like, am I going to actually have time to paint this game? Should we go with the standee version? Okay, and then his chest plate is also this same gold. Okay. And then the only thing that we need to paint on him is, it looks like it's almost like a little bit of a brown on the inside. So I'll do that when I get the brown out after. Oh, and I have to just do the sword. I forgot that. But this is what he's kind of looking like so far. Again, without any kind of dry brushing or anything, any washes. And some of him is still wet now. So we might have to go over that gold again a little bit. But looking good. And I'll just do that silver sword. I forgot all about that. Okay. So we're gonna put him to dry. When I get the brown out for one of the other minis has a little bit of brown on him, I'll do the inside of that. Hopefully I remember I need to do that. Okay, this guy's coming out. All right, what I want to do for him now is all of this glowing aura. Actually, let's bring up a picture of it quickly, and then you guys can see what I'm saying as I talk here. So all behind him, it's not necessarily fire. It's like maybe it's a little bit of fire, a little bit of fire. Okay, let's call it fire. So I want to do all of the inner part, like I want to do a whole base of that area in a yellow, and then I want to kind of wet blend in the orange and the reds after, and like a little bit more of that yellow. So I want to do the whole thing in yellow and then kind of build up the outsides with like oranges and reds to make it kind of look like that as best I can. So I think I'm going to do that part next so that it can dry. Oh, Greg says, my first look into painting, and this is great. Oh, awesome. Awesome. Thanks, Greg. Painted minis look great on the table, but storing them versus standees is a pain. Yeah, I do appreciate when games come with like those individual kind of layers and you just put each one into a little section. Like this game does that. Because they know, I guess, that people are going to take these games, paint them up. All right, I'm gonna get my wet palette out again for this. We're gonna use, again, that moon dust. We're gonna use that bright yellow. I'm just gonna add a little more because we're gonna do that whole front and back in this color. To start. Matthew, don't get too excited yet. I hope I don't ruin it. I'm also not going to put a wash on it. So when I did that little bit of fire in the last one, like there was one that had like a chain with like a little fireball, and then I put a wash on it and I didn't love it. And then I was doing some research on why I didn't love that. And we actually probably shouldn't be putting a wash over any kind of fire because the light is coming like from the center, which is where the wash is going to kind of pool into. And we don't want that to happen. Like, so I'm thinking I'm not going to put a wash on it at all. Maybe we can just do some highlight on it. We'll see on time, but yeah, no wash on the fire this time. And then it's not going to dull it down and make it kind of like have that tingy, like, I don't know, it like darkens it down and I just didn't like it at all. Okay, just adding a tiny bit more water. We're going to get this. Oh, we're talking about the Discord. Also, I hope nobody's cringing. I don't fill in like all the mold lines. Sorry. So hope nobody's cringing. We'll just kind of fill them in with some paint and hope we don't notice them. So I'm going to put this on the whole thing first, and then we're going to build it up from there. Leaving the center with the yellow. I have to also say that this one kind of made me nervous. Maybe that's why it still is kind of being done right now and not at the beginning. Doesn't have to be perfect at the ends either because we are going to go over with different colors. I would just say in the center, I want it to be nice and concentrated, make sure that I fill in everything, make sure that I have everything covered. But as I get to the outsides, we're going to use other colors and we're going to kind of build in to the center. So oh, Greg says, spring and summer are super busy, but fall and winter might lend some time to give it a try. Okay, that's awesome. Yeah, so you have lots of time to kind of do some research into what starter set you might want to get. Maybe you might even find something on sale, which is also awesome, or, you know, like a winter deal of some kind. It's definitely fun. I definitely love painting. But again, like you said, it does take up a lot of time and it takes longer to get your games to the table. But if you're not streaming them like we're streaming them, but if you're not streaming them or, you know, or if you're playing solo, like if you play with half painted minis, it's fine. Yes, I agree, Heather. Washes can make some colors look really dingy, and that's what it did, and I was super disappointed. I'm going to try to fix it, I think, by just kind of like painting a little bit over top of it when I have time. It's not urgent. I just didn't love it, and I was like, oh, this ruined it. And with this being so big, I don't want to ruin it and have to redo it or look at it and be kind of upset. That was only like a little fireball on the end of a chain, so I'm not super worried. And you wouldn't even notice. But if I ruin this one, I'll be upset every time I look at it. This part looks very red, so I'm going to just kind of ignore that, the circle. Do I have hobbies that don't involve games? No, I don't think so. I don't really have time. No, not anymore, I don't think, no. So I guess painting now would be, but that involves games. Nope. No, working full time, and then I have been doing a course for work, a university course for work on the side, and then games and painting and family, and I don't really have time to do anything else. But we like playing games. Like, that's like what Rob and I do. We have fun, like streaming them, playing them. I have fun painting them, so we are happy with that. Definitely need more paint. Time for the Mel made me buy it. Oh, Greg, awesome. You know what? I'm excited to hear and see this journey of yours progress. I hope, as long as you feel confident or comfortable, you'll post some pictures as well in the Discord for us to see. If you have any questions as well, if like when we're not live or I'm not live streaming, feel free to post them in there too. People will help you. There's some awesome painters in there. I just like this yellow. I like how bright it is. I'm not going to do a second coat of this yellow. What I might do though is on the center middle areas of both, I might just kind of highlight just some of the areas after it dries, like just to brighten those areas. But I'm not going to do a second coat on it. Like, I'm going to do a second coat on that one because it's fine. Do I have any colored washes, says Locator? I do. I have red, I have purple, blue, green, and military shade. Those are the color washes I have. Do you have a suggestion? I'd love to hear what you're thinking. Heather says, don't be afraid to just start, Greg. If you're not happy with your mini, you can always strip it and start over, or just paint over what you have. Yeah, I've never stripped any minis, but I know you can. I don't even know the process. I'd have to probably look into that if I ever wanted to do that. But the other thing too is, if you're like practicing and you don't like it, before it dries, you can easily use water to kind of just keep diluting it until there's nothing left. Speed paints are the easiest to do that with, but you can definitely do that with regular paints as well, is just kind of keep brushing it with water until it just eventually kind of goes away. That's only if it's not dry yet. If it's dry, you can, like Heather says, you can paint over it. But again, you don't want to do that too many times. You're going to lose some detail, but on a practice mini, it's fine. I was thinking of a way to get some color into the recesses of that large yellow area. I'm gonna not make it as large. I'm gonna try to bring the red and the orange, so maybe the yellow is only more like center. But yeah, I could, you know what I could do? Thinking. I don't know what the red tone would look like. I wonder if a really, really, really like very heavily watered down red tone, or even a really heavily watered down orange paint, almost like, it's almost like tinted water. I wonder if I did that, if that would just kind of fill in. Let's think on that. Yeah, Locator, when you paint any kind of flames or fire or anything, you don't put a wash on it, right? Because now I'm learning that that's not maybe what I should have been doing. Knowing I was painting this day, I was watching a whole bunch of videos to get some inspiration, techniques, ideas. So I didn't ruin it. Yeah, I have the right idea for the fire, bright in the middle. And then I want to try to bring it out. The other thing I was thinking might be a good way too, is to kind of guide myself, is to take like the orange, which would be the next step, and almost like dry brush it this way a little bit to kind of like bring it in, or even kind of like out a little bit, and then mix a little bit of that yellow and the orange and kind of dry brush that so it kind of blends it together. No, I usually use some kind of slow dry medium to make the paint more wet and then try to blend it, but I have done it this way too. Yeah, I do have glaze medium, which we could use to kind of make it more like a glaze, so it's not like a paint and not as thick as well. Yeah, and that's what I'm thinking about trying to do. And then almost like using like wet blending of the colors. Like I'll have all the colors on the palette after this is done. But I wanted to just do this base first. I also saw something where this was with a little bit of airbrush help, but somebody they did the white. And then what they did was they took it and they airbrushed almost like they said it was like a rust color, and they airbrushed it. I'm just gonna get paintbrush over. They airbrushed it not like from the top down or anything, but kind of like from the side. So all of the ends and any like raised edges were kind of in that like burnt, it was like a burnt rust color. It looks really neat. Look really neat. I didn't think I had anything that would be that similar of a color to do that today with this one, but in like a dry brush version instead. But I think we can just use some of the colors I have. We'll try to do the best we can. I think it'll look cool either way. Like I'll be happy with it. And again, we have to try to get this brush in here and all these areas behind the mini. I'm diving into the deep end with doing a big fire like this. Yep, you are so right. But Rob and I were both like, well, I wanted to do all of the bigger minis on stream, the roaming monster. Oh, I just touched it. The roaming monsters and the bosses. Because like, yeah, these little guys are cool, but I mean, these are cool minis. Then I'm like, I'm just going to do it. I'm just going to try. Yep, I'm diving into the deep end, but we'll figure it out. How did I get into all of the spaces in the Descent minis? Yeah, that's the same thing. That was because some of those, especially like what is it, the Spectre or I think or something, and it's like it has like that, like not like chain link, but the body's underneath and you're trying to like go all different ways, but you can see through whatever that was. Yeah, it was not fun. But I just do the best I can, and I think if you can't see it, like if you can't get your paintbrush in there, people probably can't see it either. For this one, I'm looking at it from this angle, like I can kind of see it from the top on the screen here, and it's like I just want to make sure that looking in, because that's how you guys will be seeing it, that it doesn't look like there's any white spots. So as long as I can hit all those, I'm good. I don't care if like every crevice is not colored in. But as long as it looks like it is from the top, we're good. It's got fire snakes. Here, these are snakes that are made of fire. So that's awesome. And then I just got some yellow, so I'm just gonna try to brush that off a little bit. Doesn't have to be perfect. think I can reach a little bit of the back from this way. I mean, even just like this mini looks awesome. Even if you were scared to do the whole flame look. Just trying to fill in that crack so it's not as noticeable. That's just another fire piece. The longest part of the stream today is painting this yellow. Apologize. Probably should have just done this part off stream and just said what I did. I didn't have to watch this part. It's boring, like watching paint dry. Kate, hello, hello. How you doing? Okay, I'm just gonna quickly glance around and see if I missed anywhere. Just kind of touch up a little bit. Again, some of the edges are fine because we're gonna build that out. All right. That's good for now. We're gonna let that dry so that we can start building upon this. But I like that just by itself, like even if it was like this, I think that looks super cool. All right, while I have this yellow going, I'm just gonna do the second coat on this guy of the yellow. Oh. All right. So this was the same moon dust color. Just quickly go over it. All right. Just going to look at the details on this one again. So for him, we have all gold armor. We have a gold shield, and then we just have some brown belt, and then we have the red that are these ribbons, tassel, I don't know what you want to call them, the decorations around. So, and then his spear is brown with a blade. So let's start with the gold. Bring this one back. And again, all of that will be done in the greedy gold. It's hard to see that one. I think I already have out. Okay. So is the full shield is in this gold. We'll do a wash on this because we'll want to pop the face in this shield out. And then his whole armor is gold. And then this gold goes right down to the hand. Okay. And then I'm going to try to do as best I can all back in here. Again, we'll just do that quick and dirty because we can't really even see back here. And because we can't really see back here anyways, I'm just going to do the shield back in the same color. Sometimes with shields, I'll do like the handle and all that a little bit different, but we can't see back there, so as long as it's not white, we're fine. Yeah, because you can only see kind of like if you're holding it in specific ways. So, oh no. Oh no. I have my yellow over here. I want that to be super bright, so I didn't want to do that. Okay. I'm going to do the hair in that same desert yellow that we had, which is this one here. It's the same hair that we've been using for all of these minis. Okay. Oh, thanks, Heather. Heather says, I love that you explain why you do some things. Really helps noobs. At least it helps me. Oh, that's awesome. I'm just explaining why I'm doing something because I know that people are watching instead of me just, and then also, so I'm not sitting in silence. At least if I'm saying what I'm doing, I'm talking. Okay, let's go with, if I can find, we're gonna go with dark wood, and that's gonna be for the handle. I don't think I can do, I don't think I can do that for the straps because some of the straps I painted, so I might have to use like an actual paint that will go over that gold. I don't think the speed paint, it will go over that, but it'll have like a tinge of sparkle underneath, and I don't want that. So I'm just going to use this on the handle. I'm going to use this on the what was holding the knife in place here, and I'm going to use this on this mini. Has kind of like almost like trying to think of like not leather, but kind of like around all the way around, kind of like almost like a necklace, but or like a I'll show you in a minute. I can't even explain what I'm trying to think of. But I'm going to use that on that as well. I'm losing my marbles. But let's put this first on the staff. All the way to the tip, because the tip will be metal, like the metal spear. Okay. I like this color for any kind of strap or belt as well. And normally I would use it here, but because I did it over the gold, I want to use an actual paint that will cover that better. I think this would be probably dark enough to go over that. Maybe I can try. Maybe I can try just to save some time, because I already have it out. Okay. And then we're going to do this part as well. I didn't even put paint on the brush that time. Okay. And then I'll try the straps with this. I'm going to use a smaller brush so I have a little more control in those smaller areas. We're going to go back to the 2-0 brush for this. Okay. And then just a couple straps here. I think that's fine. And I'm just going to do this one as well. And I'm just going to clean up a little bit because the speed paint will soak up in the water. Like I can kind of neaten that up a little bit. So okay. I think actually I'm just noticing that this strap is going kind of like around here. And then the other straps will be the ones that are red. That just connects back into this one. Kevin, welcome. Thank you, thank you. Welcome to the channel. Thank you for subscribing. Okay. I want to let that dry before I do any of the red, just so that we don't have any kind of weird bleeding of colors or anything. So I'm just going to do the tip of the spear in the same shining silver that we've been using for all of the other weapons. To be careful with this. I feel like this could break so easily. So thin. Okay. This is kind of what he's looking like right now. Again, don't mind some of the brown that's on those things that we're going to do red. I wasn't super careful about that. Sorry, I'm holding way too high. So this is kind of what he's looking like so far. We just have to do the red on all of those pieces of the fabric. And then there's a couple, oh, look at that, what I did. I see a couple spots where I touched with the gold. I mean, I guess it's not the worst thing. Okay. You know what I'm actually going to do, looking at this, I think I'm going to do actually the handle in that same shining silver, just because it'll break up the gold and silvers and just to give a little more pop of color. So let me just do that quickly as well before I take this off the stand. Okay. Just gives it a little bit more of a pop of color. All right, he is good for now. Oh, I just want to do those. No, the brown is on this guy. I think he was done. Was he done? Did I need to do something? Oh, I know. I did need to do the brown just on the inside here quickly. So let me just do that. And then this guy will be also done minus any dry brushing that we can do. We can kind of do all of them at the same time. And I'm just doing the inside of that shield in that dark wood. All right. Okay. So this part is the part that I was saying is in that almost like leather hide kind of. So I'm going to do that really quick while I have this brush or this paint out before it dries. And I'm just looking quickly at, oh, the inside is gold. Okay. But we can do that while we're waiting for some of our other coats to dry of our flames. Greg says, gotta run. Thanks, Mel and Heather. We'll finish later. No problem, Greg. Have a great night. Thank you so much for hanging out and your questions. Again, we got to try to get back in here a little bit at least. So from the above shot, you don't see that it's white back here. Okay. We're going to do our next step with our flames. Oh, sorry. Oops. It's heavy mini. Okay. Just organizing myself here. Okay, the next color that we're going to use, I'm going to still need, where did I put it? I'm still going to need this moon dust because I'm going to need it for some wet blending after. But I'm going to use lava orange as the next color. Okay. And we're going to add a little bit of watch this so you can water it down. Even though it's on the wet palette, I want it to be super thin. So what the plan here is to take this lava orange from the outside to like the middle area. And it doesn't, I'm not going to do it in like a line, but kind of squiggly, like haphazardly, right? Because you don't want to, like, the fire's not going to be like a straight line. So then we can take the yellow and the orange together and we can do some wet blending and blend them together so it looks more natural. So right now it may not look super natural, but we'll try to do that as we go. after. So I'm just going to take this and we're just going to go and again on the edges, we're going to do the same thing, just with more from the middle of the orange to the tip with more of a red. So again, the ends don't have to be perfect because you're going to go over that with a red as well. And I'm doing the whole bottom in this as it would be like the center of the body would be the center of the flame, not necessarily right down, straight down. Do you ever wet blend color changes like that one? Yes, I will be doing that. We will be doing that. What I'm going to do is I'll do the other side. Then by the time I think I'll be able to start on this side with the red. And it's okay that some of the yellow is still showing through. And then we're going to wet blend like almost like a fade into. So we're going to mix the yellow and the orange and kind of like wet blend in or blend them both in together there, and then kind of build it so it looks like a natural, not like where you can see the lines, where it kind of is like a progression. And then you can add a little more yellow if you need to, or a little more orange in certain areas. So, but I have fully wet blended fire, and I like that. I think this is just a little bit of a big area to do a full wet blend of the colors. But I can probably can do it with the orange into the red, because some of it might still be wet. But it might look strange until we start to blend them together. And then from there, for the blending, you can go as far as you like. Like once you start to think that it looks fine, you can stop, or you can like keep going and keep working on it. It's something that you can work on for a while if you want. And again, the whole bottom we're doing. Okay. That's kind of where we're at right now. Again, we're not done. We're gonna add some red. We're gonna blend them together. This is just kind of where we're at right now. So I think I'll start with the red because I can start to already see that it's starting to dry, at least on this side. And by the time we get to the back, that'll be dry. And if it blends a little bit together, that's fine because we're gonna do that ourselves. But let's see. So for the red, I'm gonna use this dragon red. Ooh. Again, we're gonna add just a little bit of water. And we're gonna take this one and just go from like middle of the orange to the red to the top. Kind of looking like that, where you can kind of see right now the different transitions in color. Okay. Before I do the back with the red, I'm going to do some of the blending on this side. So using the moon dust, which is the yellow that we used, I'm gonna grab more for my palette. I don't have any more. Okay. I'm just going to mix the moon dust and the lava orange together, kind of like in the center here. Just bring some over, just so we can kind of have like a transition color. And again, you can play with this and you can build it if you wanted to go farther down into the yellow and have it a little bit more yellow versus a little more orange, whatever you want to do as you play with it. I love to see Rob's face during a game when you pulled out that mini just like it is. He wouldn't like it just like it is because he'd say like, maybe the red part into the orange is not so obvious, but the yellow into the orange is very obvious and very not done. Okay, need some more yellow. This color that I made here though will blend nicely into the red, but we definitely need it to be more yellow. Thank you, thank you. This is coming out great. So as you can see, that like we'll start to blend it up. And then we'll add, it's kind of like you got like a work in progress. And as you add more colors, you have to add more of the other color. I'm gonna add a little bit of the red into this area here so we can have some of the, so I can have like all three kind of going. You kind of just have to keep playing with it until it gives you need to go for solid yellow for a second. And then this is something that like you can play with for so long, I feel. As you keep building the color. So anyways, this is kind of like what this portion of the wing kind of looks like. I need to actually blend these two a little bit more. So it's more of like more of a natural look. And what I want to do is once this dries, so I have brought the yellow and orange mixes down, but what I want to do is once it dries, I do want to just take the pure yellow and see all these raised edges and kind of highlight those back to the yellow. That will kind of give that depth, I hope, to the fire that I'm thinking it will. And then you can even see the red, because it's very wet, is kind of even dripping down in, which is fine, because if I look at our image again, if I look at our image, like you can see how like there's some lines of red or orange in there, and it's kind of doing that by itself here. So that's kind of like what we're going for as well. All right, so we're just gonna keep, I guess, kind of playing with it. And going down. Down the mini. The other thing that I would like to do is take that pure red again and just kind of, or even like a little bit of a red with like a tiny bit of black, just for the tips to make those areas a little bit darker. And again, just kind of keep playing with it until it looks like what you want it to look like, I think. Yeah, that would definitely help the darker red on the ends. I think so, right? Because it'll kind of give that transition. Now you can see kind of, now that we've blended it a little bit more together, that this is kind of the look that you get. Again, it's not perfect, but I mean, I'm definitely happy with it. It's one of those things that you can just keep building on. A white wash in the yellow part might also give some more. That's true. I'm scared to wash the fire. I might leave it so that it's super bright. I'm not sure yet. I'm not sure yet. I'm scared to wash it. This blending is amazing, no joke. Oh, thank you so much. That's awesome. Thank you, thank you. This is something, fire and blending like this is something that I want to keep practicing. Okay. Oops, wrong color there. And as your palette mixes with the different colors, it just almost looks better because you're getting all these different shades of all this yellow and oranges and reds. So it blends it, I think, nicer. And honestly, as long as you don't have where you can see like on this side, like this is what we started with, right? So as long as you don't have those block lines, I think it'll look fine. As long as it kind of transitions into colors, it'll look fine. HG, hello. Just dropped in. Wow, that looks amazing. Or that looks like a great paint job, sorry. Thank you, thank you. Yeah, we're working on doing some fire and blending. Where was I? Right here. We almost have the one side done. I'm just looking on the screen to see if there's anywhere that looks very much like a line. Okay. I'm definitely liking this and feeling happy with the outcome so far. Okay. Then the bottom, I'm just going to kind of, like, we can't really see in here, so I'm just going to kind of make it, this is not going to be perfect, but can't really see in there anyways. I'm just kind of messy blending this one. All right, let's do this side. Oh, that's not what I wanted. Put red in my brush. I don't want the red and the yellow. All right. I'm just going to continue. All right. So this is starting to dry, so you're starting to see the effect of that. So we've done all the way around and up to here. So we're going to just do this side. Oh. Thank you, Locator. Thank you. Thank you. one I'm just not loving the way that this one's transitioning. It's just bugging me. Okay, that's better. That's better. One more tip if you're brave. Let me know. The very edge of the fire is where it turns black smoke. I was thinking about that. Yeah, I was saying, but I don't think I want to do black. I almost want to do the same red that we've done on the edges, but with a bit of black in it. Would that be the same? Or would you do, I'm afraid to do black, but I'd be okay to do like a, oh yeah, I don't know. Oh, that's true too. You could take a dark brown or black wash and just dry brush like just the tips. Yeah, that might be safer. I'm afraid to ruin things. You don't want to ruin it. I'm starting to like it, so I'm afraid. I'm afraid. Where did I see that? Over here. But yeah, I was thinking about how I can do the tips in a darker color just to make them stand out as well. That's true. Just try one small part first that you can fix easy. Yeah, that I can go over, and if I don't like it, yeah, before I do the whole thing. That's a good call. I am brave and I'm willing to try things for sure. Even if I'm scared that it might ruin it, I'll still try. So I can try that. But I like the idea of the dry brush actually, because then I can kind of control and I can build it up if I put a little bit on, and then after it dries, if I want it a little bit darker, I can put a little bit more on. Yeah, the tip and the bubble part, like these parts, right? Yeah. And then I would do like the tips. Oh, we can't see, sorry, because it's so big. The tips and like all the like little ends. Alrighty. I thought it was gonna fall off the stand. Well, that did not blend as I intended at all. Let's fix that up here. Okay, that's better. Just need some more of the red. Okay, we're almost done this side. Okay. A little bit watery right there. I'm just gonna soak up just a tiny bit. Heather, no problem. Heather says I have to head out. Have a good evening. Thank you, Heather. The infinite fight with blending back and forth. Just a little more of this color and now a little more of the other color. Yeah, it's crazy. That's what I'm saying. Like, you could go crazy. You could spend all day on it and you could look at it and be like, maybe that looks kind of like a line versus a blend. Yeah, you could probably spend all day doing this. It does end up worth it in the end. I agree. I agree. Okay. So the only thing that we didn't do was the snakes, which just gathering up some of that excess that's running down. Just checking. I think everywhere else, oh, just a little bit right here. Again, it doesn't have to be perfect. I don't think I'm super worried about being perfect, but just as long as it looks like it's blended and not like a line or blocking of colors. Or messy in any way. If it looks messy, I'm gonna try to fix it, but I think that, let's go like this. This is just the side. I think that looks awesome. I need to, it's like dripping down a little bit. Ah, didn't want to do that. Okay, and then for these snakes, I'm just gonna kind of start halfway with the orange. Add some red. Brush, I think, has got too much water in it. That's fine. We'll fix those up in a minute. After they dry, I'll fix them. There we go. Okay. This thing in the back is also red, so I'm just going to do that in the red that I have back here. May need to do a second coat on it after because this red is kind of watered down to be able to mix with the other colors. Okay. I think this side will be easier to do because it's kind of more open. You can do larger patches at the same time. Need to do a little bit of this red that's not as watered down over here for some of the ends, so it can be darker. Because we didn't put any red on this side yet. Okay. I could play with it all day. I want this to be bright. Whoops. Okay, and then we'll go up the sides. Okay, let's blend some of this together. Not blending how I want right here. It's driving me bonkers. Matthew, thank you so much. Thank you for the blending technique, base coat, and then blend with wet paint. Got it. I needed this. Oh, thank you, Matthew. That's so generous. Thank you, thank you. Yeah, and you just keep working it until it kind of blends together into what you're looking for. Yeah. And then eventually it'll kind of look like that. And then, like Locator said, we'll add the like dark wash to like the tips and that, so that we can actually have like the darkest points be very, very dark. This part is now dry. Come on now. Then these snake heads that are back here, again, I'm just doing like the messy blend because you can't really see them anyways. I have to fix. So we've kind of blended the snakes as well. Okay. Bringing this back on for a minute. So I know I still need to do this side here. It's just kind of getting late. So I think we have the idea from if I just finish the few small details on this part, I can do that even on Thursday. I can finish that up on Thursday, whatever. If you guys want to see it, I can do that. But just because it's getting kind of late. Have I heard of feathering? No, I have not. What's that? Feathering. Is that like when you would take it like this? But that would be like dry brushing, no? I don't know what feathering is, no. So I'm gonna take the silver for the sword. I think my silver is dried up on my, on my palette. So that is the shining silver. We'll just do these few small details because then you'll get the idea of what he'll look like, and we can just finish up that wet blending on that other side on the stream on Thursday. Oh, look at that. He's got some fire on here, which I didn't know. Okay, so can actually just bring that back as well because I can do that little piece quick. And just do a quick base coat of the yellow. We'll let that dry while we're doing the other stuff because we can do that quickly. So that you guys can see what it'll look like. Okay. Then he has all of his weapons are brown. So we'll use the dark wood. When the paint is still wet, you clean off the color and then tap the brush along the edge lightly to help spread the wet color around. Oh, I've never heard of that. No. I'll have to Google or YouTube that, like to see it in action. Oh, then you clean the brush. Oh, no, I've never heard of that before. Yeah, I'll look into that. Okay. And then the handles will all be in that same shining silver as the weapon. So I'll just do that. Elaine, hello. Just stop by. This is oh, it went away. Hello anyways. Hello, hello. Okay. And then I don't know if this gold is dry. I have a little bit underneath that. Yep. So just the chest plate was in the gold. Oh, this is the beauty. Thank you, thank you. Yeah, this is taking a little longer than I anticipated, but I am definitely very happy with the outcome. I think this will really pop when it's on stream. We will be able to see this mini. Okay, and then again, his face had the metal or the gold plate over it. So I'm just going to do that as well as the headband that he has. It's kind of similar to what you're already doing, but since you don't have the color on your brush anymore, it just helps spread around the wet paint into a thinner layer to help blend. Oh, okay, I see, I see. I see. Okay. Okay, that's the crown. And then the sword handle is also in this gold. Oh, that's so awesome. My husband commented, holy shit, when I showed him. Great job. Oh, thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. Some of it's still wet, so it's not perfect, but in some of it, yeah, I may need to still play with it a little bit more, but I think I got it kind of where I want it. All right. Very quickly as well, I'm going to take again that desert yellow just for the hair. And then they all have the same hair color. I guess I didn't do the back side with the gold. Okay. And then I just noticed that there is one little small like sleeve peeking out. I don't know what color it's supposed to be. I'm just going to do it the same brown that we did the around the neck with, just because I have it out. It's just one single sleeve. Okay. I think I just need one last thing here. Tiny bit of that holy white, because I just saw there's just one little tiny dollop. There's just some feathers on this side as well that I didn't see originally. Not a big deal, but okay. And then now that that fire on the blade is, or the yellow on the blade is kind of dry, I'm just going to take the red. We'll just do this super quick. And put that on the end. And we'll just kind of harder when it's this small. It's not working out at all. Fix this side. This side didn't work out very well. I think I put like a glob of paint on it. Still wet, but I think we got the idea there. And I'm just gonna, on the tips, put the straight red. On the sword. Okay. So again, there's one section on the back that we have not done. So we're gonna just ignore that. We're just gonna look at this side for now. And then I'll finish that part on Thursday. So we'll finish that on Thursday on our stream, and then we'll do the tips as well in either a dark wash or a red with a little bit of black in it, or straight up black. I'm not really sure, but we'll just finish that up. Again, we'll put that on like all the bubbles on the ends and kind of blend that, making it look like the hottest part. Again, I'm not going to flip it yet. Sorry. So that will be what he will look like, but we'll finish him up on our stream on Thursday. He just took a little bit longer than I anticipated, but definitely, I'm definitely happy with the way that guy looks. And I think once we add a little bit to the tips as well, I think that'll look really good. And then again, we have, I don't think I'm even going to worry about the dry brushing of the white. I think they're fine. We have this guy who is done. Again, though I'm going to use matte black again on the base. I'll do that off stream as well, just for time. He's our little minion. Oh, let's actually put that back here. We have our minion leader. Okay. Oh, we forgot also this guy needs the red. So little, but just these little pieces hanging down need to be red. So I can do that on stream on Thursday as well. And he needs a wash, definitely on the gold, he needs a wash. So a few small little things that we'll do at the start of Thursday's stream. I'm so sorry. So that is that. All right. Make sure it is completely dry before you dry brush. Yeah, I'm still debating if I'm going to do any kind of dry brush on the wings. I might. If I do, I will do it on Thursday at the start of the Thursday stream. So like we might spend half an hour on Thursday just cleaning up a few small little details from this one. I'm so sorry. I should have known that the fire and flame stuff would take a little bit longer than I anticipated. And I could still spend, oh no, I just saw that I got a little bit of silver on that, but I can fix that. Yeah, I should have known it would take longer than I anticipated. I should always just think it's going to take longer. And I could probably still play with it for another like hour on the stuff I already did. So, wow, that was a long one, but I am happy with the amount of stuff that we got done. We are almost done these roaming monsters and they're ready to play. So we have our playthrough, Rob and I, on Sunday, where we're going to play just one of the scenarios in Massive Darkness 2. Just to kind of get our feet wet, kind of play with it, see the characters and all that before we jump into a campaign, which we do have scheduled as well on Monday, which again could change based on when Kyle is available. But both are already on scheduled, so you guys can go and set reminders if you're interested in those and seeing these minis in action. Thursday, we're going to continue with just the small details, and then we'll work on one of the bosses. I have to look into it more if we need to do a boss. We probably need to do the boss from the campaign box, right? Because if we're doing the campaign, we probably need that boss done first. I'll look into which one, but one of the bosses we'll do on Thursday with a few of the small details that we need to finish up with this. But that was fun and definitely something that I was out of my comfort zone for sure, for doing that, and for doing that on stream and not being able to spend like hours just playing with it. Locator, thank you, says, but it came out fire. That's awesome. Thank you so much. Thank you for your tips and help with the stream today. That was definitely awesome. Matthew, thank you so much for your super chat. Everyone, thank you so much for watching. This was a lot of fun. Long day. I'm tired now. I'm going to go to bed. We will be painting again on Thursday. If you want to join me then, we'll be back painting the last few that we have of this game. But yeah, anyways, thank you so much to our patrons and YouTube members for supporting the channel. If you'd like to do so, the links are in the description below. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for everybody for watching. It has been a lot of fun, and we'll see you in the next one. Thanks so much. Bye.